You tell me when I should talk. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the echo chamber. And my apologies and our apologies to everyone watching for the delay, with some technical difficulties, the mixed blessing of our modern day. With that, I'd like to welcome everybody to the Township of Georgian Bay Council meeting for Monday, September 9th, 2024. And I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9:09. And in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we want to thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Miigwech. Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest or anything else you think we should know before we begin this meeting? Seeing none, the first item on our agenda for this morning is the deputation of Greg Mason from Generations Effect on Water Quality Program RFP. Mr. Mason, turning the meeting over to you at this moment, please.
Yeah, good morning. I think I'm here as a deputation because I have to be in and out, unfortunately, relatively quickly. There is a document within your agenda with respecting the water quality monitoring RFP that council and we've been working on with you for a while now. There was a meeting that we were attended in July with an advisory committee, and we were able to at that time get some good feedback. And the RFP that we have in front of you in draft sort of gives you, I think, the substantive direction that you would want to have consultants bid on to provide the township with a truly consolidated and clear water quality program that the township can respond to over the coming years. So at this time, I don't actually have a lot more to say. I believe that there's a report from Kaylee Nicholson that attends that report, that draft RFP. And at this time, if there's substantive feedback and input from council on the direction proposed to take in terms of engaging in this RFP process, then I'm happy to take that advice and direction and make any further changes to this RFP to try to get you with some successful bids and moving along on this process in a timely fashion for what I understand would be your desire for some submissions for next year's budget process.
For indulgence, I'm going to suggest that we do our agenda a little bit out of order and skip immediately to the report from Ms. Nicholson on water quality monitoring so that we can discuss that and perhaps Mr. Mason can also hear directly some of our response. So we're going to go straight to 10A of our staff reports because I didn't see any objections from council. So Ms. Nicholson, over to you, please.
Thank you. So as you know, Committee of the Whole had been given many presentations from Greg through Generations Effect in relation to what they wanted for a water quality program. At that point last March, it was determined that they wanted a working group. We had a lovely working group that consisted of members of council and members of the public that dealt with this year's water quality program, as well as concerns moving forward with what might be proposed in an RFP. Mr. Mason has taken that information into account and slightly revised the original RFP that was put before council, and that's what we're trying to move forward with today to get approved so we can hopefully have something in place for next year. I know a big part of the concern was input from council and from members of the public, and that is definitely being addressed in this RFP. So there will be timelines and guidelines laid out from people who are making the proposals to ensure that everybody's opinion that wants to be included can be included in this process.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to turn discussion over to council. Who would like to lead off discussion? Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you, and through your mayor, a question for Kaylee. The selection of members to sit on the advisory committee, the current committee and committees in the future, how is the selection of the people or the public members done?
Through you. Are you talking about previously what happened for the working committee? Because that was decided on by members of council.
By council or members of council?
Members of council decided who wanted to sit on the working group, and then we picked a few experts from the community to join it, so it wasn't just members of council, those members. Moving forward, Greg might be able to provide some more information about how it'll be addressed moving forward with the RFP.
Thank you.
Mr. Mason, any additional comments?
No, I mean, I think that you would look to the consultants to outline what it is that they suggest and recommend in terms of how to get community engagement and how to get council engagement. And then you would want to see direction coming from yourselves as a municipality in terms of what the due process is that you expect in terms of how to get that. What the RFP is currently calling for is engagement with councillors, engagement with staff, and indeed engagement with the public. And you would look to and evaluate any proposal that's put forward based on how you feel that process is being laid out. But in terms of any committees of council that I would suggest that that comes from the municipality to lay out.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through your worship. Question to either Ms. Nicholson or Mr. Mason. Just in terms of the RFP itself, do you have any expectation or estimates for what the value of the responses will come in at, and what is the proposed timeline to fit in with our budget process? Right now, the report has TBDs for the dates in terms of submissions and review, and just want to understand how that will fit in with the budget process. Thank you.
Ms. Nicholson.
Through your worship, I do believe Mr. Mason is probably the better person to answer that.
Over to you, Mr. Mason.
Yeah, for sure. The costing on this is actually a real challenge. We did throw it around ourselves internally. We've asked a couple of people, and I've had anywhere from $50,000 to well over $100,000 to engage in this overall initiative. Neither of those responses, that range does not surprise me, and it really will come down to, in terms of evaluating how much detail council actually wants when they review the proposals, and how much engagement you actually want. It's the engagement side of things, to be honest, that costs the most amount of money to do well. I would, if it were me, I would say you wouldn't want bids less than $75,000 to do the work that's undertaken in this, and I would say that $100,000 is actually entirely, given the scope of what it is that you're asking, would be a very reasonable estimate. At this time, in terms of the timeframes on this, we're waiting to get through here and get approval, and then I'm going to say that once it gets submitted, you want to provide people 6 to 8 weeks to actually get a full understanding and get you quality responses to bid on. Anything less than you're not going to get a quality bid in my opinion. So. And how that fits into your budget process, I'm going to punt that back to Ms. Nicholson.
Thank you. I suspect what would happen is, if we want to pass a budget by December, we'd put in a call it allowance or a reserve or whatever term we choose to allow for it. Ms. Radigan.
Thank you, Mayor Coutier. Through to members of council, I would recommend having a placeholder. So it would come forward as a service enhancement and with an estimated budget to be funded through reserves. Hence, there would be no impact on the tax levy, just not knowing the dollar value of that. But it would come forward as a service enhancement for council consideration.
Thank you. Excuse me. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, a bit of an update for Ms. Nicholson. I have had a discussion with somebody that we might want to consider for this committee. I would suggest to you a very highly qualified individual from Go Home Bay who I spoke to and indicated that might be willing to be on the committee or would be. And his name is James or Jim Rusak. From Go Home Bay, Madawaska, and he's a PhD in environmental science. He's been a professor at University of Wisconsin-Madison, also University of Regina. Now he works for MOECP at the Dorset Lab. So I think from a technical perspective, because we've had some questions around certain things that we've surfaced recently, I think in Honey Harbor, there's certain chemicals that have been found in the water that we're sort of saying, what the heck's that? And so to have somebody of that caliber would be very helpful. And by the way, he's doing water quality testing in Go Home Bay right now. Not this minute, but I think he's been quite familiar with doing that. And we're lucky to have somebody, I think, that if you agree and that the committee agrees, should be considered. So I just wanted to update on that particular find, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the other councillors before I go back to Councillor Wojciak? Councillor Hazelton.
So, message to Kaylee. Is this? I'm looking at the section that talks about scope of work, and I'm trying to understand: is the intent of where we are at this point in time to approve something, but a lot of the detail of what would be done is going to be coming in the next phase?
Through your worship, my understanding is that is correctly how we're going about this.
Okay, so for example, what Councillor Cooper just suggested, we have another person of great depth and expertise. Do you see the working group continuing?
Well, they would be through part of the consultation. So that's the whole thing about, council having their say, the public having their say, and they would be involved in that along the way.
Okay, because one of the things that, as you do remember, we had lots of conversations in the working group, a couple of key tenets, making sure the water is safe for humans, safe for the environment. And that wasn't a bullet that I saw in here, so I thought that was very directive. Excuse me. And I also think that there may be some things that have been learned from the water testing that has been done in the various communities over the last year and 2 years that haven't really fully been brought forward through the working group and are not certainly reflected in this. How do you see that being pulled together?
Through your worship, to Councillor Hazelton. So the way I see it, and Mr. Mason can be the wonderful person to correct me if I'm wrong, is the whole point of this report is to move forward with getting the RFP out to hire somebody to do the water quality program. During the stages of that, that's when we're going to address what issues or what we want to see, because they're going to come back to you with a design saying this, this is what we see, this is probably what, we should be doing. And then that's where, people like yourselves or members of the public can have their say on what they've seen wrong and how they'd like it to be addressed.
Okay, so we're still in a bit of a working process, which is good. One of the things that I think there was strong consensus in the working group on was to solicit input from all of the communities in our township on where their community felt there were concerns and it has been suggested to me that we are, from a timeline perspective, at a point where people are going to start thinking not of the cottage and other things. We may have a time window here of opportunity where we proactively reach out to all of the communities to seek that input, which would be, I think, an ideal from a timing standpoint, because if we wait for whoever is trying to respond to the RFP, they're going to be doing it hopefully over the winter time. They're going to miss this time window where people are still actively thinking about the cottage, water concerns, what happened this past summer, those kinds of things. What opportunities do we have as a township to reach out to all of the communities to solicit that input and then blend that input into the overall RFP data background?
My suggestion would be to do it through the associations, because I do believe that there's a center. I don't think we want, well, we could have everybody sending in separate emails. I think it would be good to have certain groups, and that can contain people outside the association. It could contain anybody. Submit that information, I would think, to us. And then we could, again, forward it along to whoever is selected to write the program. And I understand where you're coming from about, people are going to go home and, put water quality out of their minds because it's winter and they're living their other lives. I don't see an issue with that. Again, Mr. Mason may want to comment on it. Again, with, the more we keep adding, the more I think it could increase the cost. So I think we'd want to keep whatever information we have compact down to, okay, this area we believe there's this area we believe there's that, just not 20 different people or more sending in different, suggestions. I think if we could keep it very to the point, it would be very helpful. But, who's going to organize that? I would have to check with. How did I know that was coming? We would have to check with our CAO on that issue.
Just if nothing formally comes from the township to the various communities, I suspect little will happen. I doubt very much that there will be a lot of stray, scattered new information. We have comprehensive reports, as you know, from Dr. Chow Fraser in the Inland Lakes and on the Bay. I think what we ultimately are looking for is, let's say that out of each geographic area, there may be 2 or 3 new areas that the community might identify over and above what is already known, that may
Point of order,
considering, and we're running out of time if we don't do it now.
Councilor Bocheck.
My point of order is because we have a delegate here with a very specific topic, and since then we've talked about engaging new people to come onto this board. We've talked about everything but, and this has gone on long enough, and I would like to see us get to the point, ask any questions that we have of our delegate and move this forward, because we've heard pretty much 5 minutes of rambling. That's my point of order.
I will respond by saying once we had the deputation, we went into the agenda item, and some of this discussion I think has been relevant to the agenda item. But at this point, I'm going to ask if there's any other councillor who wishes to make a comment before I go to Councillor Bocheck for his second round contribution. Ms. Nicholson, you're not a councillor, but I'm going to recognize you anyway.
Through your worship, I believe Mr. Mason would like to say a comment.
Mr. Mason.
Yeah, just if I may respond a little bit to Councillor Hazelton's comments and directive. One of them is that if we've requested before and will continue to request, but if there are background reports and information that the township does not currently have, we are asking for, and we will continue to ask for, from associations and yourselves to basically have those reports sent in so that they can be included in the background material that gets sent to the consultants for them to be able to provide you an adequate bid, but also to continue once on the successful bidder with the analysis moving forward. When I'm talking about consolidated reports, it's sort of like if there's water quality monitoring data and information and or research that hasn't been brought, or summaries of those that hasn't been sent to the municipality to be provided to the bidders, that needs to happen as soon as you possibly can make that happen. In terms of the goals around swimmable, fishable, drinkable, or however you wish to phrase that, those are pretty standardized goals that you really kind of want to leave to the consultants to give you a sense of, like, all right, how is it that they view these things, and what are the specifics of the details? The overarching intentions of council and the advisory committee, as were made clear, it's my feeling that those are pretty well, one, standardized across any water quality program, and then two, they're laid out relatively clearly in all the background documentation, and indeed the RFP, if they're not as pointed as you might wish. And then while there's always just kind of water quality programs in general, while there's always an interest in gathering, gleaning, where are these new hotspots and whatnot, one of the things that has challenged, I think, this municipality and many other municipalities with water quality programming is being highly reactive to, new and emerging concerns. And it's like, oh, I see this and I see this. And we deal, like in our office, we deal with it all the time where we get called in. It's like, I'm seeing this weird thing in the water. Can you tell me what it is? And one of the things that you want as a backbone for a water quality program, one of the reasons that you're investing in this kind of an RFP process, is specifically and precisely to get you a consolidated approach of, like, here's the backbone of our water quality program. This is how we're going to deal with the long-term issues and the things that we suspect are going to be long-term issues in the years to come. And then also it's like, well, how do we deal with all of the little bits and bobs of water quality concern that come at us, and how do we deal with that in a comprehensive and logical way that doesn't overwhelm staff and doesn't overwhelm council? Because I can assure you that the very passionate ratepayers out there will fly at you with hundreds and hundreds of questions throughout the year. So it's like, how do you gather that information in a rational, scientific way so that then you can, from a policy standpoint, respond appropriately and on budget?
Thank you. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, through your worship. I just wanted to remind Greg and Kaylee that I believe we have an upcoming all associations meeting scheduled for some time before the holidays kick in. And if you do need to communicate to any of the association presidents within Ward 1 and 3, please don't hesitate to let us know, and we'll coordinate that and get you in. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bocek.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, my question is directed at our Director of Zoning or Kaylee, both. Earlier in this conversation, I didn't hear any solicitation for new members, but there was certainly a lot proposed. My question to both of you is, there was a resolution put on council's table to dissolve the planning committee, and from that there was the water quality committee, advisory committee that was put together. Members were selected for that committee, and I'm just wondering if you could answer me why that your stewardship appointed counselor to both the SSEA and the Muskoka Watershed Council is not a part of this committee. Shake your head. Shake your head, Peter. It's okay. Go ahead. Shake your head.
Councilor Bocek, before they respond, I think the Water Quality Committee did not come out of the planning side of things. That was a separate discussion. From when the Planning Advisory Committee was dissolved, a planning working group was going to be created, and I believe Director Whitlip has been working on that. Having said that, it was a separate discussion that led to the Water Quality Committee.
Thank you for your clarity. My question still stands.
Yeah.
Through your worship, there was a motion passed by council or committee of the whole that recommended this committee, and it was council that decided who, from a council standpoint, was sitting on that committee.
Further through the mayor, yes, I understand that point, but I'm not talking about the council members appointed. I'm talking to the committee members appointed.
We had picked members that were involved in the water quality.
We as in
The working group.
the working group.
Yep, we picked the members who were already involved in the actual volunteers of the working committee.
And who was the working group, not the working committee?
The working group, sorry, it's a working group.
So the working group was picking the members of the working group.
Yes,
Okay.
the public members.
Okay, so my question still remains. Council had appointed a council member to be part of the Watershed Council and the Severn Sound Environmental Association. Why is that council member not part of this water quality working group, you call it, or committee?
Working group, and through your council picked the members, so,
You said the working group picked the members.
no, the public members.
Of the public members.
Right.
Yes. And
So
that is my
you're
question.
asking why a counselor wasn't on the group, correct?
Correct.
Council picked the members from council who were on the working group.
Thank you. I'll take this offline.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions at this point? I think the only comment that I'm going to make before I read the motion is that I think that I appreciate all the work that has gone into this. Obviously, water quality is one of the largest concerns that we have in this township for obvious reasons. Did I say obvious twice in that? Sorry. And I believe that this work is very important. I also think what we have to consider as we're going through this, and I'm really hopeful that we'll get a number of different groups interested in the RFP, is that we have to think of in the long run, and I don't know how else to put it, but call it value for money. That if we're going to be putting 50,000, 75,000, 100,000 into this, if we're going to be putting monies like that in on an annual basis, I think we have to make sure that we're getting value for that money, that we are actually effectively monitoring the water quality and being given direction as to how to improve it or address issues as they come up. I think Mr. Mason's absolutely right that we're going to get in the future, we know it, phone calls saying, what is that blob floating in front of my dock? And it may be a perfectly normal, natural blob, or it may be something scary. We have to be prepared for that. Anyway, with that, I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the council directs Generations Effect to proceed with the RFP for the review and creation of a proposed water quality program for the township of Georgian Bay. All those in favor? And I have unanimous approval. Thank you very much, Mr. Mason and Ms. Nicholson, for all this. And now we're going to go back to our regular agenda. And I believe next on our agenda is the consent agenda. So I'm going to pass that over, and you're going to give me a stack of paper for the consent agenda, I'm sure. And my first inquiry, as always, and Councillor Graziano knows this is coming. Anybody have any comments or questions about the consent agenda or any item that they want to see pulled for further discussion? Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. Interestingly enough, there's going to be a few this month: 6F, 6G, 6H, 6J.
F, G,
F, G, H, J.
Okay, let's start with G then.
Bear with me for one moment. Let me just get to my
Sorry?
F.
Oh, F. I apologize.
Yes.
Oh, I misread my 6 as a G.
Our
I
alphabet.
have to write better. Sorry. My apologies. I usually know my alphabet, though I do know Councillor Cooper once caught me on that before as well. Councillor Graziano, with a G, starting with a G, can you go to F, please?
Yes, thank you. Pertaining to SCAG, it's item number 9B or page 3 of 6, specifically critical catch containers in the township of Georgian Bay. My questions are, is there costs associated with the partnership and catch containers? And second to that is, what are the catch containers and why are they required? So perhaps someone can bring some understanding to that. Thank you.
I'm on the committee as well.
Councilor Fredco,
Would you like me to respond?
I would love
Thank you.
for you to respond.
So the Critical Catch program is a program of signs and tubes like tennis ball container tubes that are placed at launches and fishing docks where fisher people can take their used lines and lures and put them into the container so that they don't go into the water and potentially snag a fish in the future and cause other damage to turtles, other wildlife. So it's a very low cost, and I believe that the Georgian Bay Forever is providing them. We're just agreeing to put them up in our township.
And just to follow up on that, then thank you, and thank you, Councillor Fredco, for context. The question is, I'm assuming then they'll only be placed at docks that allow fishing within the municipality. So those that preclude fishing, as identified by our bylaw, won't have these things attached to them?
I would assume so.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, 6G, please. That was your next,
Yes, bear with me for one moment. I'm just going to open that up. That's going to be on page 3, I believe. It advises that several policies and procedures have been sent to Mr. Bell Chamber for review and feedback. And I'm just curious to know which policies specifically. And this is under the CAO's office.
I can speak to that through the mayor. Sorry, let me just. There we go. So this is mentioned actually in my next report, so I believe that's H. But in there I've listed, let's see here. Let me just get to the correct page. So the code of conduct for council and committees bylaw, the committee's terms of reference, council and staff relations policy, employee code of conduct policy, procedure bylaw and amendment, and the respect in the workplace policy.
If I may, thank you. So my understanding is that it echoes the policies that have been sent to him in this particular report, echo your report coming. Okay, so then I'll reserve my questions for your report. Carrying on, same 6G, page 21, for the nurse practitioner. Under our Director of Sustainability, I understand that she's not available here. Somewhat concerned with respect to the recommendation here, which is to do a municipal-wide census or survey to determine appetite when a survey was already released on Facebook or through different social channels, and the majority showed that there was interest in acquiring a nurse practitioner. Specifically, the question I believe that our sustainability director had asked was whether or not people would forego their GP and move over to an MP should one be available here within our municipality. The majority has said yes to that in both on both platforms. Given the limited amount of resources that we have and the time specifically on the work plan, I'm curious to know when would this be released? I see that there would be some further discussions coming back before council in January of 2025. And there were some additional questions that were outlined by our Director of Sustainability, or excuse me, our Sustainability Director. But I'm curious to know why the need for a full survey. She also advises that the undecided was high, but in fact, the undecided percentage is still very small relative to those that would. And the undecided really were answering a simple question, which is, would they forego their GP for an NP? So January is essentially 4 months away, and can staff not complete their due diligence prior to this date so we can actually move forward and determine whether or not we're going to have this program in place for 2025? Because I believe we have to budget for this in 2025 as well, and perhaps we can put a placeholder similar to what we've discussed earlier if in the event that this passes. So those are my comments with regards to this particular section under sustainability on page 21 of 24. Is there any comments to that effect?
I see Ms. Walton's hand is going up.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Graziano. I do know that, just let me get my other things that I was actually looking at you, get the other report up here. So we did run the social media survey, which asked 2 different questions. We ran it through stories, and then we also did like a Facebook one. And the answers were kind of all over the place. But one of the major concerns was that we've tried this before and it didn't work. And that was for people who did leave their respective medical professional. They were concerned that if they did do this, then they're left in limbo. If this doesn't work, if in 2 years we shut it down again. And it is so difficult to find medical professionals in the area. We also do have like a nurse practitioner available in Coldwater. We have them in Perry Sound and stuff like that. So I don't think, as discussions have came up with Jennifer, Director of Sustainability, we talked about it and the results. So I can share with you there were 28 comments on Facebook. There wasn't really very much uptake on Instagram. And most of them, so 61 respondents expressed support for attracting a nurse. So 61 is pretty good. It's over half. But then there were some very strong opposed to the idea because they're content with the way things are. And then the 23% are the ones where that came up with the major question was like, okay, well, so we do this, then what? And then one of the other comments was basically that is it the municipal's job to bring in this? So I think we need there were only 115 in total votes. So I think we need a better understanding of, 3,400 residents or even 20,000 residents seasonally. So having another survey, yes, will it take time? Absolutely, but we need to do this right. If we're gonna bring it in, it needs to be done properly. So we just have a short survey. It can launch, at your will. And we're here for it. We're here to advocate for the residents and get what they need.
Follow up. Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, Ms. Walton. So a couple of comments with regards to that. Coldwater is Coldwater, Perry Sound is Perry Sound, all requiring quite a bit of travel. And the impetus for the motion was to limit the amount of travel that our aging population within our township is required to make in order to seek medical advice and medical help, as well as at the same time perhaps having a nurse present to be able to support our school, which doesn't currently have one, along with perhaps some of the elderly that can't get out and seek it for themselves in situations that may arise.
I think we have to be careful that we don't get into a debate on the topic. They are working based on the resolution that was received before. So I think you can ask about timelines. I think is more appropriate than re-debating, if you know what I mean.
Allow me to finish, because I was going to circle back with regards to the timelines. The question again comes back down to timelines and wanting to perhaps address this before budget arises, because if we don't get this within our budget for this year, we're looking at 2026. And so again, given that the direction of staff is to seek further consultations with our community, how fast can we get this out, and can we get this in before budget is finalized? So this way we know whether or not we're going to carve out a budget and bring in an MP and what that's going to look like. And lastly, I did introduce Ms. Schneer to a person who does this and develops these programs, albeit privately for companies. And we were advised that an MP, to work with an MP does not require you to forego your relationship with your GP. And so just an FYI on that point. So I'm not sure whether or not there's relevancy behind the questions you're prepared to ask, because from my understanding is that regardless, you can still go see a nurse and still maintain your relationship with your GP. So with that said, can we get this done quicker is my question. Over to you.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Graziano. I can do this at the will of my director. So I have the questions prepared. I prepared a report after we did our social media launch, and it was sent off to my director and the CAO. So at that point, we just wait for direction from you to come down the line.
Councillor Cooper.
Just a point of sort of clarification, and I really appreciate the comments that came in from Ms. Walden. In the past term of council at the District of Muskoka, I sat on this Health Services Committee, and there was a period of time where there were several locations in the District of Muskoka chosen to have a physical location and certain hours selected, and one of them was Port Severn. And I can say that from the results that I recall, and I'm just doing this from memory, but the results were that in most of the test locations, there was a lot of activity. There was virtually no activity in Port Severn for whatever that length of time was. I think it was 6 months or more. So I think it's important to understand that a test has already been done, and we need to keep that in mind. I don't want to quote Einstein's idea about repeating the same mistakes over and over again, but we know it didn't work before, and it's not that long ago. So just wanted to bring that forward, and thank you, Trish, for your comments.
I think that just sounds like that would be very good input for Ms. Walton and Ms. Schneider to consider as they work on this project. All right. Next on your list, Councilor Graziano.
6H, and forgive me, there is also 6I that I failed to mention. So 6H, if I may, for a moment, advises, and I believe this is Ms. Buchanan, and your report here advises that staff have created work plans specific to the policies that have been outlined here. And I believe there's a committee of staff that are all working in tandem with each other to address the 5 that are listed here, which is policy review and harmonization, communication standard and policy, council and staff and training, employee performance review, and CAO performance review. Is that correct? Or sorry, my apologies, policy review and harmonizations, code of conduct, committee terms of reference, council and staff relations policy, employee codes and conduct, procedural bylaws, as well as respect in workplace. And I'm just curious to know if staff endeavored to create a staff committee to address these 2, 4, 6 different policies that have been longstanding. Why hasn't council been included, or why haven't a few councillors been handpicked to participate in this committee?
Sure, through the mayor. So the staff committee is just specific to the communications plan. So we've pulled essentially one individual from each department, as well as Trisha and Jennifer, since they are part of the sustainability and really they own the communications piece for the township. So we've gotten together as a team just to look at the communications piece, not the other policies that we have Nigel helping us review. If that makes sense.
Thank you for the clarity. So it's just the comms piece that you guys are collectively gathering on. I'm assuming that once Nigel, and I do believe your report states this, but just to confirm, once Nigel does confirm and suggest changes, they'll come back before council and Cal for us to discuss.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to 6I, if I can. And this is the information technology acceptable use policy. I'd like to make a recommendation if I can. Users should preclude council members and should state that it precludes council members because as it stands right now, the definition of users includes council members. As written, the current edition, which is users, would essentially include council members. So I want to make sure that there's a clear division between council's policies and we don't get conflated into this unexpectedly.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Graziano. The under definitions, users does state that it only includes employees, volunteers, as well as contractors. It does not include council. If council wishes, we can specifically state under users do not include council members, but at this point in time, the policy outlines the definitions of who a user is. And we have direction in a council resolution to come forward with a separate policy. So that was the direction we took from Committee of the Whole, and that's what we were proceeding with.
Follow up. Thank you. My concern specifically is it also, quote unquote, I'm reading this verbatim, it also applies to employees and volunteers of the Georgian Bay Public Library, the library, and members of boards and committees who use the township's IT resources. I'm a member of a committee who uses the township's resources. And so just by that simple statement, I'm now defined as a user under this policy. And so perhaps it's prudent to put precluding those members of council. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, I think it's particularly important to do as Councillor Graziano is saying, other organizations that see us as councillors and see that we are paid as employees think we're an employee. And so that is one example. I could give you lots of others, but there is confusion on terminology. We're not employees, but we're paid as employees. We're not contractors, but we act as contractors. So I think what Councillor Graziano is getting at here is really critical and needs to be included. Thank you.
All right, so do we need to amend our motion to approve item I subject to amendment? So if to add that extra sentence that basically says this specifically excludes councillors. Okay. So I'll leave that with the clerk to do that. No, you go ahead, and then Councillor Graziano, I think you also had something on item J.
Yeah, thank you. And last and final, just item J very quickly. I feel that the term nuisance is subjective and can't really be clearly defined. So is there a way that we can create the intent here, or what is intended? And I'm sorry, I can't now, it's just not allowing me to open up my window for some reason. Give me a moment. I'm wondering if our Wi-Fi is, there we go. Wondering if there's a way that we can do so without causing a nuisance that interferes with the public dock. So what's a nuisance and how do we define it? Seems somewhat subjective and arbitrary. So it's going to be dependent on what that particular bylaw officer perceives as a nuisance and may not be consistent. So how do we create a bylaw that is going to be applied consistently and has well-defined parameters that is applicable to everybody and not selectively to those that that bylaw officer likes or not like?
Okay.
So through your mayor, to mayor, I would hope that that wouldn't ever come into effect as a bylaw officer myself. I don't agree with that. That we're supposed to be objective and that's how we look at things. That's not something that I took away from Cal last month to look into the definition of nuisance. So that's not something I have with me today. If that's necessary to look into and it's the will of council, then that's something I can investigate. At that time, it would be the officer's discretion. And it'd be complaint based. So if someone felt it was a nuisance, if someone was doing something that was impeding traffic or interfering with the launch or the ramp, then that would be something that the officer would then have to, agree with and understand and have the evidence to lay that charge if that was even necessary at the time. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Follow. Thank you. And thank you for confirming that bylaws, really driven to be as objective as possible. I think that's my point here is that we need to remove the subjectivity from the term nuisance and really define the parameters that would either will create the need to offer a ticket or not. Again, the causing a nuisance that interferes with the public dock could be anything. Could be me putting my feet in the water and someone, Councillor Bocek, may perceive that to be a nuisance and calls, or even the bylaw officer coming in. And I'm not saying that that would be the case. I'm just simply trying to eliminate that possibility altogether and just, apply this bylaw consistently to everyone and anyone. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, from my take, I think, cause a nuisance that interferes with a public dock is pretty clear. It's interfering with the use of the dock. And I think, I think we can trust our bylaw officers to determine whether the use of, whatever is happening was interfering with the use of the dock. Any other comments on the consent agenda? All right, I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda of September 9th, 2024 as amended, and that item 6I be amended to clarify the policy does not apply to members of council. Oh, sorry, I had Councillor Hazel. I apologize. Did I have you down to, you want to make a comment on something? No, I just had it. Oh, okay. Well, yes, I just want to make sure. Okay. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. Open forum. Anyone sign up for open forum? That means we're going for communication. Is this last week's? That's what we did last time. All right. So we're going to start with Councillor Cooper and then move along and end with Councillor Bocek this month, because that was the opposite of last month, according to the notes I'm given. Please go ahead.
You don't want to be out of turn here. In any event, yeah, it's been busy times. It's the time of year. I think we're all engaged in all sorts of activities. We have our seasonal community very active, and so that keeps us running. So over the last month, attending various community organizational meetings, cottage association, annual general meetings, etc. And what else? Yeah, that's it basically. It's just been sort of ongoing activities with our community, and so that's what I've been up to, and also attending both district and township meetings. Thank you. Am I interfering with Councillor Jarvis? Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you. So we started off talking about water testing, and I just wanted to report in that I had a couple of occasions to go out and work with a member of the community to do water testing. in our community and generating some very interesting results. Had the opportunity to have a conversation with our CEO on SSEA. Found that very productive. Had an opportunity to work with a few marinas and the waste collection company that deals with the lifting of all the bins in our township to better understand waste and the waste components. Had some fun creating some Excel models and have shared those somewhat with some of the counselors and some of the marinas. And on a personal note, I had an opportunity of meeting with Bernard Nicholson, who's the kind of the historian for Honey Harbor, and I was really focused on getting the history for the schoolhouse. But I was shocked that he found a folder that was from my wife's grandmother that had her summary of the history of our family, and that is really quite fascinating, going way back to the early 1900s. So it was a fun month.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, through your worship. Another busy month for me in my ward. Start off with the Wildwood Summer Barbecue, or end of summer barbecue rather, in which I barbecued 140 cobs of corn and had an opportunity to spend the day in the park, which is something I always enjoy. Participated in Canoe for Cancer. In last year's participation, my wife and I ended up dead last. This year we came in 8th place. So pretty proud of ourselves and the arms that we were able to build over the season, albeit I think that my wife probably paddled faster, wanting to get out of the boat from and away from me.
Were there only 8 in it?
There was. I attended AMO this year and had an opportunity to not only reconnect with our MP and our MPP, and I want to say thank you for, of course, their attention as always. But I also had a great one-on-one conversation with Bonnie Crombie, the Liberal leader, and I look forward to future conversations with her as well. I attended the Schrapo Golf Tournament, and also handed out great little Schrapo branded golf balls. Great tournament again this year. I did participate in a review and a walk through Oak Bay with one of our staff members, and appreciate our tour guides' commentary and bringing things to our attention. I also attended the MacTier Public School Playground, the launch of the playground. It was great to see all the smiles and kids testing their new playground out, along with the community coming together to participate and support the event. I regretfully missed Pepe's celebration of life due to a root canal review. I had an emergency root canal last week. I had to get reviewed in advance of my soon-to-be additional dental work. So regretfully, I missed that. But I also then had numerous monthly meetings with constituents along with my associations, and that concludes my month.
Thank you. Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, the usual. We had committee of adjustment, library board. We struggled to get a library board in-person meeting. Was there a second? Would have been a second one. Together, just people being ill or unavailable, but we did get a meeting together. Library is doing quite well, which is nice to see. The numbers are still good and promising at the same time. Segbay took in. I participated in what I would call a golf event. Based on my participation, I would very much hesitate to call it a tournament from my perspective, but it was good fun, and it was good turnout and good fundraising on a part of Segbay as well. And other than that, we did I was privileged to participate in the GBLT corridor project event last Wednesday when we went up to Go Home Bay down the narrow channel towards Go Home Lake towards Portage, and taken some beautiful, beautiful scenery for a photo shoot on the donation of our the purchase of the road allowances by the GVLT that would further hinder any development in that corridor between the 400 and the bay, which is wonderful to see, and you can really appreciate what we're doing when you see the land that was we got to do photo op at on that day. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Pedco.
Thank you. And a couple of things going on. So I, as well, with Councillor Graziano and the mayor, attended the AMO conference, and it was very valuable. We had a great reception with our MP, Scott Aitchison, who helped facilitate conversations with other people in Muskoka Parry Sound, councillors and staff and other attendees at the conference, which was really very enlightening to hear other people's problems and experiences, and they're not very different from ours, which is both reassuring and kind of depressing. But was also at the playground opening for the MacTier Public School, and it's really a great opportunity to see the community at work. There were so many people that were willing to get a shovel, get a rake, and help do the work to kind of finish off that playground. I realized there was a great incentive to have the opportunity to meet Mitch Martiner, but there was still an awful lot of heart and soul that went into that. And I know that the public school parent committee had been fundraising for 8 years to try to raise money to get playground equipment. And it took the partnership with these two organizations to help fund and get that over the finish line. And I think Mitch Marner and Shania Twain's foundations came in the spring, and they got it done for the end of the summer. So that was a great accelerator for that community. And you can see how grateful the kids are and the community is for that addition in the playground. And one of the takeaways from the AMO conference was how to engage youth in municipal affairs. So I've had an opportunity to talk to the principal at the MacTier Public School about having the kids at the 7 and 8 level make a delegation to council with something that they would like to see changed or improved or fix an issue, and she seems to think that's a great idea, and she's talked to the class already about what they might want to talk about, and she said all of their first ideas involve food. So we'll see how that goes. I suspected they had the conversation before lunch, but at any rate, the other activity was participating in the Georgian Bay General Hospital fundraising golf tournament. And again, a great opportunity to meet people in our community and lose about a dozen balls in the golf course. So it was a great day. Thank you.
Only a dozen?
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. A busy month for me, and we'll leave the golf comments to a little bit later, my golf partners. Unfortunately, I did not attend the playground opening up in MacTier. I had double booked myself, and I could not get out of my previous commitment, but great project up there, great funding, and really look forward to getting up and visiting. August the 1st, Councillor Pretko and myself met with very concerned residents up in MacTier about the change in ambulatory service. The concerns up there were that the ambulance station in MacTier was going to be closed, the ambulance going to be removed. They would be serviced from Port Carling's new ambulance station, and a paramedic and an SUV would be put in the MacTier area. Same thing in Port Severn. We would be serviced by Wabashine, by 2 ambulances in Wabashine. We would have no ambulatory care in this end of our township provided by the District of Muskoka. It's a shared agreement similar to what we have with organizations like SSEA, where we share things amongst us for costing. I attended both local councils closed and open, attended the district council meeting. I did miss the health services meeting. I was not able to attend. I attended the meeting about the Haskett Road drainage problem. Attended the 6 Mile Lake Fishing Derby barbecue. Burgers were awesome. Attended the golf tournament for GBGH. The funds were raised for. Segbay's raised over $400,000 for the local hospital here, and I think it needs to be commended. As far as the golfing goes, well, Councillor Jarvis ended up with more balls in his pocket. He looked like a gerbil when he left the golf course from climbing through the bush all day. I met with the scientist, a new scientist that is working for SSEA, and she's very concerned about the granite grinding that the OLT has allowed for Oak Bay and the changes that are going to be made. They would like to do some initial ground-based work, some benchmarking of air quality, water quality, and ground quality around the site so that they can monitor and mitigate through the process what's going on. I encourage our CAO and our zoning and building or planning and building department to get in touch with the scientists, and I will send you the contact information. God, there's so much that happened. We also golfed with a member of our Committee of Adjustments, Tony Schmidt from 6 Mile Lake. That was quite enjoyable. Lastly, yesterday we attended the funeral of Bob Morell. Celebration of life for him and Catherine. And it was very well attended by everyone from this township, from Cognizine to 12 Mile Bay to all our neighboring townships. Rest in peace, Bob.
Thank you. That was the last item on my list, was the celebration for the person that most people know as Pepe. It was astounding, the attendance and the stories and I'll call it the fellowship. And so, but I'll go to the top of my list now. I had the privilege of being invited to the Segbay Golf Tournament dinner. I don't think anybody wanted me on the course beforehand because probably I would do more damage than Councillor Jarvis on the golf course. And I also want to echo the fact that Segbay has provided huge support for the hospital over the years, and I think that's very important. And I highly appreciate all the work that they put into that, and especially Fred Waring, who's been doing this for I think a decade now. I think it's amazing. I joined MPP Adam Chambers from Simcoe North at Lock 45 to send off a fellow named Clay Williams, who has for the last, I don't know, 10 years anyway, been running from Port Severn to Ottawa via the locks, all the various locks and the canals, obviously Trent Severn as well as the Rideau, and raising money for mental health. And so that it was good to send him off. Following that, off to AMO. Always appreciate the opportunity, as was referred to my fellow councillors, of the conversation the conversations you plan, but also the conversations you don't plan are probably at least as valuable. The people you meet and the stories they share. Took a couple days vacation in Montreal after that, and then on the Saturday was in Rama for their powwow and part of their grand entry. Very impressive what they've been doing there for many years. On the 27th, CEO Mariotti and myself made a delegation to the MECP. This is a delegation that was supposed to happen at AMO, but the minister was not available on medical leave. And so we met with a couple of the senior staff members, and we're making the point, which I think they understood very clearly, that their regulations do not in any way properly take into account the existence of water access only residents who produce solid waste, and including the fact that technically by their rules, you cannot, we as residents, unless we have the proper ECA, cannot transport garbage from one private property to another, which every resident who goes from their cottage to a marina is doing. So, and they understood that very clearly. They also understood very clearly that there are rules around how garbage should be treated that comes from yachts and garbage treated that comes from water access cottages are completely different. And I think they understood. They've promised additional meetings with more senior staff, and so I think the conversation is going. I considered it a very successful delegation, and I greatly appreciate the support of CEO Mariotti in that. Following day, Perry Sound, going on the Georgian Bay Mindogami Biosphere and celebrating their 20th anniversary as a biosphere, and had a nice cruise on the Island Queen, meeting up with many people who have supported the biosphere over the last, I'll say, quarter century. The organization has a longer life than the biosphere because it took them 7 years to get the designation after they started going after it. And then the MacTier School Playground. I mean, that was an amazing event. The number of volunteers at the end doing a bit of work moving the wood chips. I mean, there were so many volunteers, they were tripping over each other. It was astounding. And then the crowds of people are there. And I thought it was a fantastic event, and huge thanks to the Shania Twain and Marner Assist foundations for basically footing 2/3 of the bill of those playground, the equipment and installation. I had the great pleasure of not only I've got reference here to a couple up in Cognachine, but over the past month going to a number of gatherings of large people, like wedding showers and baby showers, these kind of things. And I always enjoy those because the number of people who come up to me who I don't know or I might have met before and have forgotten, and giving me their perspective on what's going on in the township. And I get to hear all this, and I just want to say thank you to everyone who offers their input, because I mean, I don't always like it, but I like to hear it because I think it's very important to get everyone's perspective on what's going on, and so I appreciate those gatherings. And then, as Councillor Jarvis mentioned, we're celebrating the Land Trust corridor project, and walking into I think they called it Red Lake. Red Marsh, yeah, because it wasn't really a lake in a sense, and what a beautiful area. And Clerk Way and Sustainability Director Schneier were also in attendance, and it just when you're on site, you appreciate why it's so important that we protect as much of our environment as we can. And that's my list for now. I see CEO Mariotti has signed in. Are you able to connect with an update, CEO Mariotti? Or are you just in listening mode? Oh, there he goes.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon for me. I'm going to be very brief because my connection is quite spotty. So I can hear things here and there, but basically I'll just let the report speak for itself. The staff reports, as council knows, we've been very busy, and based on the discussions so far, there's a lot of things that are going on, and appreciate all of the councillors who are making comments to recognise that staff are doing a great job. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, and we'll wish you a safe journey back. I beg your pardon, Councillor Jarvis?
I forgot to add that I had the opportunity to test our emergency services recently. My father had an accident, and as a result, we couldn't move him anywhere. And I had to call in emergency services for a medical evacuation. They were very good in how they handled it, and they were wonderful with my father. They certainly have more patience with him than I do, which is great. And we're able to get him into the harbor so I could get him to a hospital. It was not a it was not a medical emergency, but I couldn't get him off the island to a hospital where he would ended up needing to be. And they were wonderful in their performance of their job. So I really, really appreciated that.
Thank you for mentioning that. Staff reports. Madam Clerk, I believe that's switching over to you. Are you people desperate for a break already? Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. We will have a 7-minute break and start at 10:30. Let's get this back to order. And we have upgrade electronic document records management from our clerk.
So the catalyst for the transition to Laserfiche is that it is the only EDRMS that is compatible with town suites. As you are all familiar with, we are working on implementing in various areas across the township. So Laserfiche has a broader functionality that is imperative to creating efficiencies within our daily tasks that we are unfortunately struggling with our current EDRMS. Ultimately, obviously, saving staff time allows us more time with other projects, but other benefits to this system include archive customization, electronic forms, unlimited folder levels, it's cloud-based, and it has unlimited concurrent licensing. ThinkDocs is the only vendor we can purchase Laserfiche from in our area that has experience with town suites and also has experience in transitioning from our current EDRMS system into Laserfiche. So the implementation costs include the setup, training, and migration of our data from our current system into Laserfiche. And staff are seeking approval to use the IT reserve fund to purchase and cover the implementation costs of Laserfiche Cloud content management software, which again is a high-end electronic document records management system. As well, we are seeking approval to sole source Laserfiche from ThinkDocs.
All right, thank you very much. Councilor Graziano, you have your hand up, so we'll let you lead off the discussion, please.
Thank you, Worship. A couple of questions, if I may. To our treasurer, what is our current budgeted IT amount for this year, and what did we spend total last year in IT cumulatively?
Ms. Radigan.
Thank you through you, Mayor Kutsier. Unfortunately, I don't have that information directly in front of me. I can definitely provide that to you if you would wish.
Sure, if you don't mind, perhaps I can go to my second question as you dig it up. My next question is with respect to this new tool, Laserfiche. Have we received any references from other municipalities that have deployed this? And if so, what are the limitations or bugs that they've identified within their implementation?
Ms. Way.
I've actually implemented Laserfiche at a previous municipality, so I have quite a lot of experience with that, to the point where the system that is currently being offered for municipalities in Laserfiche is in part because of the team that I worked on when it was implemented in the township of Springwater. Previously, TomRIMS and the current folder structure utilized by municipalities across Ontario weren't an out-of-the-box solution like it is now for Laserfiche, which is one of the reasons why it wasn't an option when we first went with our current EDRMS. The hiccups are the same as any other implementation, right? Dealing with your time and making sure that the project stays on scope is the broadest issue that we would face when implementing Laserfiche.
Thank you.
Ms. Radigan.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier, through you to Councilor Graziano. The 2024 operating budget, sorry, I did just have it. Just give me one moment, please. Was $687,000 for 2024, and that's just operating. So that includes salaries, network services, IT software, consultants, as well as any training and development, which includes mileage as well as communication services. For 2023, the operating budget was $677,000. And keep in mind, the implementation for Laserfiche would be a capital budget request and would not form part of the operating costs until I believe it would be software fees that would be annual, which would be added most likely to the 2026 budget, but any implementation costs would be all capital.
Thank you.
Ms. Wade, do you want something to add to that?
I would just like to clarify, the annual licensing fee is actually slightly lower than the current licensing fee that we're paying. This is because Laserfish now has this out-of-box solution that we can purchase. And so that allows them to scale their purchasing price based off permanent population. So because we have a population of less than 5,000 people, we end up with a premium rate for Laserfish now compared to most EDRMS solutions.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yes, just a quick review and a lessons learned type of scenario here. I think we best learned from this that sometimes the least expensive proposal in an RFP situation is not necessarily the best. And well, I'm in no position to question what happened back in 2017. I think we've got to keep that in mind here on in, and appreciate the work that's been done in order to set us up in this hopefully new process. But and I thank you for the work that was done.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through your worship. Question just for the clerk in terms of the implementation effort. I understand you've done this before, and you've indicated in your report that the data will be moved from our existing repository to Laserfish. Could you just give an indication of the duration of the project and the disruption to the clerk's department for implementation, or is that going to be handled primarily through the implementation costs with the vendor?
The broadest part, the migration isn't the workload, it's the setup and making sure that it matches 100% what our TOMREMs and our current retention schedule, and ensuring that we have the right security level at each of those folder structures. That's the biggest piece for the setup, which I do have experience doing. So I've learned there was some things that we did the hard way and some things that maybe we can improve on how we set that up, but making sure we know what we're asking for before we actually get to setting up and not making those changes and securing. That's the biggest piece. So that will also involve SMT and ensuring that all of their staff will have the right access to the right records. And that, like for example, HR's records are mostly high security, right? And so they don't have access to the general population. Once that gets going, that'll be fine. And then the migration will likely take place over the weekend periods of time, and a workflow will be set up to pull it from the current system into Laserfish so that it won't impact the daily operation. But generally, I would say it's estimated to be like 4 to 6 months once we begin.
Okay. And then just to clarify as well that this is supported by the 2024 work plan with your department and CAO and everything?
Yes, it has.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, my concern with this is that using a sublet company such as this fish company, when we run into problems with Microsoft Suites, they're going to blame it on the integration of this new format that you've installed. My question to you is, if the Microsoft Suites program is designed for municipalities, but it has shortfallings, and we're using this to fill gaps, to structure it specifically for our municipality, so it works for us. Is this something that Microsoft Suites should not have addressed if there's shortfalls in their program? And why do we have to go to an aftermarket company to pay them for something that if we engaged with Suites and they were supposed to be able to handle the township's business, and they're not? So what I'm trying to say is, usually you're going to run into problems down the road and people aren't going to commit to you because of what we've done. Thank you.
I'm going to assume that you're talking about Town Suite, the implementation. Okay. Because it is fully integratable with Microsoft Suites. But so it's not that there's a downfall with Town Suites. It's all the softwares like Town Suites that are there to provide you know, the AP system or to provide some type of customer interface, that type of thing. They're not records management softwares. None of them are. And so this one will allow us to have a rollover duplication. So any records created in Town Suites from an AP perspective will automatically be linked to the records in Laserfiche. So those two will basically be a mirror of each other as well. Then Laserfiche will house all of our other records, such as our bylaws and licenses, etc. So it's not that there's a downfall with Town Suites. There will be obviously a piece when those two are connected that, you know, with any software, there's an opportunity for failure, but Laserfiche is the only software that Town Suites can connect to that has been proven to be an adequate software system for them.
You said with your mic on, please.
You said it's proven to be, but is it approved by Town Suites? Is it affiliated and they recognize that we're going to be using it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Grashuk. Great. Hit me with the right pronunciation one more time. Great.
Grass-Chuck.
Ooh, special effects. I don't know if I can do the special effects.
All right, my first time, sorry. Yes, it is Chuck. I just wanted to say that Laserfiche is a very reputable program, and if anyone is the right person, I hit it. Person to implement this program, it's Karen. She's won awards through previous municipality by implementing it. And if anyone is looking for assistance in any other municipality, it's Karen that they go to. So she's the perfect person to implement this new software.
And you were a little too modest to tell us that.
Correct.
Yes. Director Sokash.
Thank you. I'd just like to add my support to this. When we did it at a previous employer, we implemented it. Karen was involved with another gentleman. I was opposed to it because it was new software. So new software never works, and it was fantastic. The information that we found was unbelievable because it scanned everything. It was very easy to find things, to search things, to open them up, and to save new documents into it. It was very surprising how great it was, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Thank you.
But he was our biggest protagonist. That is
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And just, did I hear correctly that Clerk Way is the expert around this sort of thing? If I did, is that correct? That are we billing you out? I don't think, I'm not kidding.
I know.
I'm serious. I'm quite serious. If you're providing advice to other municipalities, let's figure out a rate. And what's so funny? I'm serious.
I know you're serious.
ROI. Thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. I wasn't sure if we were going to start a second round.
Well, your hand was up, so I'm doing it.
Fair enough. Thank you. I'm concerned that we're spending $70,000 on the implementation of an IT solution when our current total spend in IT is $680,000 a year. And I mean, it wasn't so long ago that we scrutinized, the associations and community leaders for their municipal grants requests. So again, I'm just concerned, and I'm having a hard time supporting a $70,000 request to implement a new tool when we have a tool that, yes, works. It's not perfect. I don't think that this new system is going to be perfect either, and we've got a long way to go with Town Suite before before it's finally going to do what we need it to do. So again, I just can't justify the $70,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Kirk Wade.
I would just like to note there's a lot of duplication of work right now that's happening because of town suites, and the system we currently have does the bare minimum, but there's a lot of shortfalls. For example, the licensing structure that it has, there was multiple times over the summer when we had the students here that we weren't able to access the system because we'd hit our license limit, and it's not as simple as buying more licenses. It's how the system is set up. And it takes us like 3 to 4 more clicks every time you want to add something compared to a system like Laserfish or most EDRMS systems. So it takes us twice as long to add anything. It takes us twice as long to get anything out. So all of that adds up to wasted staff time dealing with an insufficient system. So that's, I mean, yes, there's cost involved in the upfront to implement, but in the long run, we're saving, time is money, so to speak.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands, so I'm going to read the motion, which is moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that staff be authorized to purchase and implement Laserfish cloud content management software, and that the purchase of Laserfish be sole source to ThinkDocs, and that the implementation of Laserfish be funded by the IT reserve, and that the file hold be kept for a period of 1 year during the transition period. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 5 in favor, including myself, 2 against. That is carried. Municipal grant request, Georgian Bay Forever. Is that you? Or who is that? Jess. Ms. Radigan, over to you, please.
Thank you, Mayor Coutier, and to members of council. Georgian Bay Forever made a deputation to council requesting a grant in the amount of $20,000 in November of 2023. Unfortunately, as a result of the transition of how we processed municipal grants, this particular grant was overlooked and was not included as part of the 2024 special council meeting with regards to municipal grants. Council has approved a total of $53,800 in grants to date, leaving a balance of $11,200 of budgeted funds available to still allocate. Staff have provided 2 options to council. Option 1 would include approving a grant in an amount not to exceed the remaining budget, while option 2 would include a grant that exceeds the budgeted amount of $11,200, resulting in a draw from reserves. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions? And while they're thinking about it, I'll ask one question. Georgian Bay Forever, I presume during 2024, they did this work that they had thought was going to be funded by us.
Thank you, Mayor Coutier. My understanding is they did contact the clerk, wondering where the request was. My understanding is the scope of the work and the request has not changed. So my assumption is the work has been completed or is ongoing.
Councilor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship. I have a few questions, and it's unfortunate that Georgian Bay Forever is not here with us today. I'm wondering how much work they do east of the 400, specifically in wards 1 and 3, relative to the amount of work that they do on the bay. Does anyone happen to know whether they do any work on our side of the? Because I don't believe I've seen them out there pulling Phragmites in and around the inland lakes.
Councilor Wojcik.
Thank you. And through your mayor, I can only give you what I know, and that is that I've seen them working other than on Georgian Bay, east of the 400, but in the Mashadash Bay. I've never seen them inland myself.
Okay. And the second comment that I'd like to say is that this year, with the requests, I watched very closely at what was allocated, and for the most part, I believe that most of the requests were approved for 50%, if not a little bit greater than 50% of the requested amounts. given that last year we funded them in the tune of 10,000, I'm going to opt for the option whereby it gives them the difference of what's remaining in the pre-allocated amount. So I think that was 11,000 and change. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm sorry that this organization isn't in front of us, because I just would like to point out that we've given quite a bit of support over the years to this organization, and one of the things that we learned along the way, which may not be in front, everybody here may not be aware of this, but there are certain communities that on the coast of Georgian Bay that have removed almost all their Phragmites with volunteers. Go Home Bay, most of Cognachine. So I want to know what, if anything, Georgian Bay Forever is doing to see what they can do to get the rest of our township to volunteer to remove Phragmites. And I haven't seen any evidence that that's changed from 5 years ago, and that's disappointing. It should be training for those communities, and look after your backyard, your own property, etc. And that's not happening in a good part of our township, and I'm hearing in the inland lakes as well. So that's a concern. Thank you.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I happen to agree with Councillor Graziano on the budget amount. However, I've worked with Georgian Bay Forever over the years, my 10 years here, and gone out on some of the Phragmites cuttings in Georgian Bay and worked with them. I think they do a very, very good job out on the bay. And my way of thinking is that when I make a decision, it's based on what's best for the township, not what's best for my ward, in particular my wards. And I think that Georgian Bay Forever does a great job at what they do. I've seen them in their new electric motorized boat, which was pretty cool, offering no pollution to the bay. But I do support funding this organization for the good work that they do out on Georgian Bay, but I don't think the increased amount is palatable for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment, just following up on, the Georgian Bay Forever is predominantly Georgian Bay. They don't go on the inland lakes too much because that's not normally their mandate. So I reflect that. I also think, and Clerk Way's been kind enough to put up a map showing a lot of the sites that they've been working on, and you can see that, a lot of what the work they've been doing lately has been more to the south end of our township, because that's where most of the frag is. I know in the Honey Harbor area, they've been working actively with the Honey Harbor Association for at least a decade now. Full transparency, my daughter worked for them for 2 summers. Again, that's more than a decade ago now, clearing frag. And what they've done in a lot of this case is they have trained people in the area, and so to the point of, yes, Go Home Bay, Cognachine, they've been quite successful monitoring and control of most of the frag, as significant areas in the Honey Harbor area. However, there's been huge outcroppings that have been in our south end, where there's less active, where there's smaller populations of residents and less active associations. And I think it's extremely important that they continue their work. We as a township staff and that we've supported them in kind at times, with including with equipment and staff assistance. And I think it's very unfortunate that this somehow slipped through the cracks. And I don't doubt, and no, I'm not allowed to speak on behalf of council without a vote, but I don't doubt that if they had been on the list to be considered for municipal grants when we're doing that, we would have, in most likelihood, have supported them to some degree, because we have so many years in the past. So I think that it's this is well worth considering. And from my perspective, we have an available budget of $11,200, and I think it makes sense to consider giving them either the 10,000 or the 11,002, because that would still be within our budget, and those funds are available. So that's my take on this, and I greatly appreciate the work that they and like so many other groups do to support our area. I think it's extremely important. I believe you just have, because she heard you. Yes, if you could forward the link.
Or Councillor Brochak, Councillor Predko.
Councillor Predko's on the ball.
Sorry.
I wouldn't say that publicly. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Predko is working on sending it to you.
It's from a,
Now it's sent, apparently. Councillor Cooper.
We're waiting. I'd just like to sort of clarify that the communities that I was referring to that have done a pretty good job of controlling this, they had big stands too, just like we have in the South. They went after them and got rid of them, volunteers. We need to see more of that from Georgian Bay Forever and them encouraging those other areas to do some of the work themselves. That's really what I was driving at. Thank you.
Well, and I can tell you, based on the limited information I have, and some of the big cuts that they were doing in the south end of our township, that there were other groups or volunteers involved in those cuts as well. Yeah. Well, and much of that was like, on Parks property, which they weren't allowed to touch, for instance, and Crown land and things like that, where and quite frankly, in many things like this, they have limited staff. They need volunteers, and if the volunteers aren't available for certain cuts, that is also part of the challenge they face. Councillor Predko, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
Through you, Chair, I just wanted to both reiterate, I do think the work that they are doing, Georgian Bay Forever is doing, is highly valuable and helpful in our township. I realize it's not hitting the entire township, but I don't think this is a problem that is equally distributed amongst our township as well. So I think some of the comments are for the good of the township. We have to do some things that don't necessarily benefit our individual ward. And this is something that I think is in the Southwest is much more prevalent than in the Northwest. I would, knowing that the philosophy I think that was taken at that grant approval meeting back in June, where some of the applicants, we didn't approve the entire amount, but we did approve approximately half or more, and I would be able to support the a $10,000 or $11,800 grant application for the organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I just want to, my comment is, or observation is that Phragmites is one of those things that doesn't know municipal boundaries or anything else for that matter. And if we don't address it where it stands, we'll be addressing it all over the municipality in pretty short order. This stuff is pretty difficult to stop from spreading if you don't eliminate it where it stands as quickly as possible. And I really appreciate the work that Georgian Bay Forever has been doing, and I think the mayor's comments with regards to volunteers, you can have as many volunteers as you want, but unless you have somebody directing them, that's somebody from the Georgian Bay Forever, they're going to be not sure what the heck they're doing, and it really does help to have these people on hand. The work has been great. there still needs to be a lot more work done. We're fighting an uphill battle because other parts of the government, namely people in roads, don't seem to understand the severity of the issue that needs to be dealt with. So I am very, very much in favor of funding the Georgian Bay Forever. I think we're the ones that dropped the ball and it's not them. I will work with council to determine what amount that will be. My preference is to go with the full amount, but if it becomes whatever we've got left in the budget, then that's what we'll work with. But I think the work is definitely something we've got to keep funding.
Thank you. Based on the fact I see no more hands and based on the comments that I've heard, I'm going to suggest, I'm going to read the motion with the amount of 11,200 filled in, as that's the remaining budget that we have, and we'll see how it goes. Moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council receives a report regarding municipal grant request Georgian Bay Forever, and that council award municipal grant funds to Georgian Bay Forever in the amount of $11,200, which is not exceeding the amount available in the 2024 budget. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Councillor Jarvis, are you voting? Okay. Okay, well, it is carried at 11,200. Thank you. All right. That means, if I'm on the ball, we're now going into new business. New business, item A, and that is Councillor Hazelton. You wish to make any remarks to this? Given that it's got your name on it, I'm giving you first remarks.
Well, thank you. And just as a matter of background, our CAO sensed the attitude of the council and felt that it was important to bring forward a resolution, but of course he can't, so he stuck my name on it, which is fine by me. Because one of the things that I have attempted to do here is understand this SSEA thing, and I wanted to share, given that I'm a bit of a data guy, I wanted to share some numbers with council that are not in the report, but are perhaps helpful. So we have been expressing concerns that our share funding of SSEA is out of whack. And so if we look at just SSEA numbers, they tell us that we have 5% of the properties in the watershed. That's if we take all of the properties in the geography that they claim to represent. I'm not sure that that's appropriate. So 5% is what we have from a properties. When we look at an assessment base, and again, most of our properties are waterfront properties, and they're saying we are 6% of the assessment base. But from a budget standpoint, we spend 9%, almost double the percentage of properties and 50% more from a watershed assessment. So to me, that's way out of whack. And if we look at properties that I think we should more appropriately look at as properties in that watershed that are candidates for, being serviced, if you will, by SSEA, there is only 3% of those properties. So we're being billed 9%. We essentially service or provide value maybe to 3%. So it certainly is it's out of whack. And I'm not going to take a lot of time to go through all of the points that they provided in the values that they think they provide us, but I'll generally state that much of what they provide is either available for free elsewhere, is paid for by the district and not us. And so as we start digging in, we start realizing that this is a problem, and we're at a point now where we can trigger some action so that we can either end this or force a renegotiated position that gives us a better outcome, a more fair outcome for our taxpayers. So I'll leave it at that for the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think a lot has been sort of brought to the council previously in this discussion. And I think this has come forward for approval at council because there was a fair bit of support to suggest that we, if nothing else, need to, at the very least, renegotiate our arrangement with SSEA based on the return on our tax dollars invested. And I think that is reasonable to do. And the only way we can seem to do that is to notify them that we no longer will be able to support the current contract and give notice so that we can then move ourselves forward in terms of getting to a better spot. I will point out also that the statistics that my fellow councillor Hazelton has brought forward are concerning. We know that we have a very large area of the Georgian Bay that's not in Severn Sound, part of Severn Sound, and yet we seem to be paying as though we were, and that concerns me a great deal. So I think I've had some real concerns. I also raised the issue in the past about things like when does Severn Sound become active or not active? And we know, for example, a few years ago, there were some really serious problems with storm sewer flooding in one of the towns across from us here. And I'm afraid that Severn Sound around that issue was pretty quiet, crickets. And that's concerning because basically it looked to me like they didn't want to bite the hand that was feeding them. And that concerns me as well. So, you know, it's not always been roses, shall we say. And in our case, I think we've found that any water testing that's done, we're able, and we have a program coming forward with water testing. So, you know, I think the work that's done by Severn Sound now is really mostly outside of our area of interest. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I lament the fragmentation of the jurisdiction of the bay as a whole, as far as water quality is concerned. Having said that, Severn Sound is a part of the bay, is not the bay, but what goes on in Severn Sound ultimately affects the bay. So, and I really appreciate, I think everybody acknowledges the past work that they've done has been exemplary. And of course, they've lived beyond their original mandate, which is good too, because they're still doing a lot of good things. I will echo Councillor Cooper's comments, though, that it's, and Councillor Hazelton, so it doesn't seem to have the same, there are larger municipalities in that funding agreement that maybe should be pulling more weight. I believe now that all the members that are part of that agreement have requested the funding review. So we'll see what happens there. But I think in order to motivate that review to move forward, we've got to have this statement in place. It was acknowledged by our CAO, I think at our last council meeting, that we are able to cancel this commitment of ours. If we do this now, we can always back out of it later on and stay within the SSEA, which is good. But I think in order to motivate people to move forward on this, we've got to have this in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I think Julie made herself available and was on screen, but I don't think she was recognized that she was here to answer any questions, so she may have left us.
Clerk Wright.
Ms. Kelly is here and has asked not to be moved over unless directed specifically
Oh,
for
okay.
questions. So she is here and is able to answer questions. I will bring her over, but
Okay. My points are, I've listened to what everybody said. As most people know, that I'm the council delegate to sit on the SSEA board. And in the past, I've considered not getting involved in this conversation because of a conflict of interest. I've checked with our integrity commissioner. I have it in writing from our integrity commissioner, which I'll share with the rest of council, that I am not in a conflict of interest and that I can remain at the table, speak to this matter and vote on this matter. So a lot of what I've heard here from the two councillors at the far end of the table is some fairly narrow-minded outlook on the bigger picture. It is not about their environment, it's about the environment. And the environment encompasses a lot of things that aren't on Georgian Bay, but result in ending up in Georgian Bay. And SSEA's mandate is to work with the seven different municipalities to come up with the common goal of keeping things clean. I will also say to the members from Georgian Bay that a lot of our inland bodies of water are covered by different municipalities. Little Lake, Gloucester Pool, Severn River are all 50% in Severn Township, as well as Georgian Bay Township and Muskoka Lakes Township. And I don't know if we want a boat going up the middle of a lake, water testing on half of a lake instead of a whole lake. It kind of makes no sense to me whatsoever. Their mandate is such that they've fulfilled. They're looking at change. They're looking at change to the funding formula. They're looking at change to the service that they're providing to the different municipalities. I've given every council member at this table a copy of what was discussed at the September 6th meeting, which in details what their intent is and what we've talked about in this last quarter. Our alliance with SSEA, I believe, is extremely important. And I believe if the council decides to move in this direction and give a formal notice of intent to back out of the agreement, it is not because they're not doing good work. It's not because of anything other than people don't think they're getting direct service at their dock and they don't see the big picture. And I think this council should look at the environment as the environment and not everybody's independent community's environment. There's a lot more to say, but I won't.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I agree with, many of the things that everybody is saying today. I do think that the SSEA does provide valuable and beneficial services to our community and to the municipality, but again, it's not distributed equally among the township, and that is something that we have to live with everybody we seem to deal with, whether it's Georgian Bay Forever, or if it's the Muskoka watershed, or if it's Severn Sound. And I do appreciate the stewardship that they provide, and I know that we have some legislative responsibility that they're providing for source water protection, that if we were to exit this, that it wouldn't be just a clean cut. We'd have to figure out things quickly on our own before we ever got to a date of actually terminating the agreement. One of the things that concerns me is that we have a small share of the waterfront and Severn Sound as a percentage of some of the other municipalities. And I do think that the model is not in our favor. I also, I fear that, unilaterally leaving the agreement would put other small municipalities like Tay and Severn and even Springwater in a financial position where they're paying to cover parts of Severn Sound that we're no longer participating in. And as sort of a community-minded municipality, I think we should really keep in mind that we have these other municipalities that are partners in SSEA. And as we negotiate for better terms, we need to be supporting these other municipalities so that we're all getting better terms and not making unilateral decision. And I think we also have more strength by working with those municipalities because we know that they feel the same way we do about the funding model. So I'm open to hear more conversation about whether or not this is the moment to make a trigger. If we do move forward with this, I would sincerely hope that we don't actually get to a point where we have a adversarial split with SSCA, because I do think again that they are very valuable to our township and the services that they provide. So I am really hoping that this, as people are stating today, is really a springboard for further discussions on how we can work with other municipalities to renegotiate the funding deal. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't mind telling all of you that I have mixed feelings about this, but I will tell you that SSEA has come up on an annual, at least an annual basis at this table in the 6 years that I've been, near 6 years that I've been sitting behind this desk. Always around budget time, and always the question is, are we getting value for the, now more than $100,000 that we pay? And there's no question in my mind we're getting some value. Are we getting full value? We can debate that. There was an agreement created amongst the municipalities, 15 odd years ago, I think it was 2009 is the date on it, that has this 15-month plus exit timeline. I don't think, and I could be wrong, I don't think any of the players involved 15 years ago are still involved now. It's, in my mind, very rare to see agreements that have such a lengthy timeline. And the frustration that we have faced on a regular basis at this table is, as we're discussing our budget, we realize that if, and I'm capitalizing the word if we were ever to exit, at budget time, we're talking 2 years down the road, not a year down the road. And to me, I would, I don't like that fact that it's not a 6-month exit or a 9-month, it's a 15-month plus exit clause. I don't think that is appropriate. Having said that, I think the SSEA is an excellent organization, excellent people, excellent work. I do believe in the past, I've often thought that we have not taken advantage of the resources that they offer, and that's our fault, not their fault to some degree. I also know that at least a couple other municipalities want the funding formula to be reconsidered, and I think that's most appropriate. I think SSEA has to also, they're going through, if I understand it correctly, and Councillor Bochuk, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they're going through a strategic plan exercise of trying to figure out how to what degree they should be modifying their mandate going forward as a whole. And I would like us as a township to be actively involved in those discussions, because I think that they are a valuable resource that we can use. Having said that, my concern is come next year, well, let's say May or June, because I have no idea, that the discussions on renegotiating the contract maybe have come up with a new formula. And their mandate may have come up with something new that they want to do, or less things or whatever. At that point, if we're not too impressed by it, and I'm hopeful that's not the case, but if we're not, we would have to wait another 18 plus months to get out. And I don't think that that is appropriate. I'm hoping that we go through this, I'm going to call it formality of saying, if discussions aren't in our favor at the end of 2025, we're out. And I'm entirely hopeful and wishful that we rescind this motion sometime next year. We say, okay, we got a new agreement. This agreement has addressed enough of our concerns that we want to keep going forward. I'm also hopeful that they may consider responding to the RFP on water testing for the entire township, going beyond their boundaries. I don't know if they will or not, but we as a township, and I'm drifting now for a moment, and pull me back if I spend more than a few moments on this, but we as a township are really challenged in many ways because we're on the edge of so many things. We're covered by 2 OPP detachments. You don't need all fingers on your hand, I believe, to find other municipalities in this province that are covered by 2 detachments. What a pain in the butt. We're part of a district that is Highway 11 centric because that's where the great majority of people are. What a pain in the butt. We work closely with folks to the south of us in Simcoe, North Simcoe, because they're closer for some services. They're providing our paramedic services because our district is not in many cases in the southern portion. Like it's one of the challenges of our township. Our township has this amazing Georgian Bay coast, but it also has absolutely wonderful inland lakes that are a different environment in some ways, though they're very importantly connected. And watersheds is another example. The Muskoka watershed are working on integrated watershed management and all that. Wonderful. But they're a thin stripe through our township. And so the part of the challenge we face is how do we bring all these groups together to serve our residents best? I believe, and I wish, that going forward, SSEA is part of that group. But at the same time, I think we have to have the option, because I can tell you if I'm in any way involved with the renegotiation of the contract between all the municipalities, one of the things I'm going to say should be changed is this 15-month notice clause. I don't think that's fair to the participants. I understand why, if I were in SSEA's shoes, I'd want it because that way they could have a little more assurance about budget. But at the same time, I think it's not fair to all the participants. Hence my mixed feelings here. I want to vote in favor of it, but I want us to rescind it in 6 months' time or 9 months' time. That's my thinking behind it. I've gone on long enough. I'll allow a second round if anybody wishes to jump in, and I see Councillor Bochek's hand.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, I'm going to ask some questions to the Director of SSEA, if she would be allowed to be moved over. But I'll make a few statements first before I ask the question. If we decide to not align ourselves with SSEA, I want everybody to understand that they're looking at an increase in our fee, maybe up to around $100,000 to provide all the services they provide for us. If we decide not to enter into an agreement with them, then we have to go out and source a risk management manager, because every township in the province of Ontario has to have risk management in place. SSEA provides us with that risk management. Source water protection is also mandated by the province, and every municipality has to have somebody in charge of source water protection. SSEA covers that for us. SSEA covers us for a lot of the provincially mandated operations that need to be covered by the township. And if we do this on our own, it's going to cost us way, way more just for the 3 simple things that they provide us, not the 50 or 60 things they provide us, but just for the 3 things, it will cost us more to hire staff to cover what they do for us. So again, I'm going to say narrow-minded, short-sightedness, whatever it is. I look at the big picture when it comes to the environment. I don't look at because I'll tell you one thing. If you protect 50 square miles of Georgian Bay, it means nothing to the rest of the world, the province, or Central Ontario. You need to be concerned about the entire environment, the water, the land, the rivers, the streams, everything that supplies water to Georgian Bay. Your pollution doesn't come from the rain. It doesn't come from the flushing in and out of waters on Georgian Bay. It comes off of the land. SSEA has worked diligently with shoreline protection, rehabilitation, all the things that this council has demanded over the years that they are addressing. Maybe we should understand why there's a 15-month escape clause. Maybe there's a reason for it. Maybe it's because the other 6 municipalities need to rearrange everything and get their act in gear to do it without us. There's a lot of ramifications of backing out of an agreement that we have been a part of and used their resources for many years. So I ask this council, don't be short-sighted in your thinking. Look at the big picture. And my question to Julie is, if she's allowed to come on board, is I had a conversation with a newly acquired scientist who has a great credibility and background in air, water, and ground testing. And I spoke to her about the mitigation process at Oak Bay because of the OLT decision. And she wants to get together and talk about some baseline testing and things like that. If we go privately to a subcontract company to do the mitigation, from the research I've done, it's going to cost us more than our SEA membership just for that single task. I ask this council to look at the big picture and don't be so short-minded about what's in front of your cottage. It's the environment. It's what the environment's about. Thank you.
Was there a question for Ms. Cayley in that? Oh.
The question to Julie was, would the Township of Georgian Bay be able to use the assets of SSEA in the way of scientific, data-driven exploration into the Oak Bay mitigation of granite grinding and granite dust and the effects it has on our region?
Ms. Cayley.
Thank you, through your worship. Thank you, Councillor Bocek. And yes, as a member of the organization, now that we have a new water scientist on board, we certainly can have some of her time devoted to talking to you and moving forward with what we are possibly able to help you with in this situation.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Mayor, thank you, and I'll be very brief. I think it's become very clear from the discussions we've had in the past and today that what we're trying to do is renegotiate, not drop SSEA. And the way we can do that is by approving this resolution, moving forward into negotiations with them. And I think, you know, this doomsday scenario that has been described is not our future. That's not what we're looking for at all. So I would sort of say, aside from, you know, sort of being described as being very narrow-minded, I'm very pan-Georgian Bay, both inland and coastal Georgian Bay, and I don't think we're being short-sighted. We're trying to get good value and make sure that we are. And I'm quite convinced that we can also work with SSEA to get some of the services that we will need in the future. That translates into $100,000 or $110,000 fee. So that's why we're bringing this forward. And so I rest my biased case. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. For my fellow councillors, what you heard from the value that we get from SSEA, source water protection is paid for by the district. It's not paid for by us. So that's a service.
Point of order, Your Honor. I never made any reference to who paid for it, so I would appreciate you retracting that.
No, I'm saying the key point is you're saying that it's a value to us, but it's a value to the district because they pay for it. So I think it's important for us to understand of this big budget that we've got, the cost of the source water protection doesn't come to the township, it goes someplace else. So then all of this other cost is for other things. And you know, I really liked one of the things you said, that we need to protect all of the bay. But when we look at our township, what the focus is here is only a fraction of our coastal Georgian Bay. And so we're really not looking at the big picture there. And then I would also suggest that although I love the idea of what Oak Bay might benefit from with, an expert being able to do some studies, I would suggest that the cart is left, the horse is left, no, the cart is left the horse, but whatever. This
Is some horse leaving the
the
barn?
horse, the horse has left the barn, or the carts before, whatever. The point is, this has all been litigated through OMB. We lost, we lost, we lost. And, yes, it would be interesting to have data about what's there now and what is going to be there after some rock crushing. But hey, we had that problem at Macy Bay, and I got very little support from my fellow councillors. We had that problem at Brandy's Cove, and Brandy's Cove is generating like 10 times the background levels in what is being released there.
Point of order, can we stick to the topic?
I'm trying to provide a
He's giving
comparison.
examples. I think he hasn't drifted too far at this point for me to stop him. If he does, I will stop him.
So I think what we want to understand here is, yes, there are interesting things that could be done, and SSEA might bring great value in data about what's going on at Oak Bay, but we've already lost, and the path to change is over. And so, why would we invest more dollars from the community and the residents as a whole to do things that have no future possible outcome? So I'll rest myself.
I do believe Councillor Hazelton, and we may learn more about this afternoon in closed, I'm not sure. But I do believe that we as a township retain some responsibility to monitor the activities at Oak Bay.
If I may, Your Mayor, we have retained those responsibilities in many other circumstances around the township, and we have never done anything to maintain and monitor those things. And why are we all of a sudden now going to jump and pay attention to this?
I think you have to be careful with your generalizations, especially when you say we never have. I don't think if we went through the record, that would necessarily be true.
I could give you several examples.
I'm sure there are examples. But that doesn't mean we never have. It's completely different. Okay. I think I don't see any more hands. I think that if I were to speak further to this, repeating what I said before, we're talking. We are giving SSEA on an annual basis roughly the cost of a qualified employee. That's roughly what they cost us. If you consider them a staff member, senior management staff member, that's more or less what we're paying them. So I think that's the perspective. They're like an additional employee in one sense. And then, we can question whether we get the value of that employee or not, or whether we should redirect that employee somewhere. But I think, to me, what's important about this motion is the fact that we want to participate in the discussions going forward in the next, I'm going to say next half year, 9 months. I'm not sure how long they will last, but we also want to be able to exit if SSEA is not willing to address some of the concerns that we have. And I'm highly optimistic that they will be very willing to address those concerns. But I think we need I think this would give us an out if we felt sometime next year we need it. With that, I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that staff be directed to provide written notice to withdraw from the Severn Sound Environmental Association in accordance with Section 5.2 of the Letter of Agreement to create a joint municipal service board dated March 26, 2009, and that the effective termination date would be December 31st, 2025. Councillor Hazelton has asked for a recorded vote. Over to you, Clerk Way.
Let the record show Councillor Hazelton requested a recorded vote. Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Can you give me a moment? Just formulating my thoughts. Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion carries 5-2.
All right, thank you very much for that. And then we have item B, which wasn't on my original, and then. Okay, that's Councilor Graziano, is it not? Because I don't see that on this report here. Okay, Councilor Graziano, if you'd like to speak to this, this motion in front of us, please.
Thank you, Worship. We were informed by the District of Muskoka that they would be releasing a report outlining costs specific to the waste management operations within our township. I personally had waited to review the report, and in that report, unfortunately, it did not provide the level of detail that we were hoping for. So, in collaboration with the waste task force or waste working group that we have created, Councillor Predko, Councillor Jarvis, and myself agreed to bring forward this motion requesting from the district, or formally rather, requesting formally that the District of Muskoka furnish us with this information, specifically depot establishment costs, tipping costs for existing waste facilities, the cost of curbside collection, and the costs associated with marina bin sites. And of course, under those four headers or headings rather, there are subheadings or sub requests. So it's a simple request to staff to provide a letter to the district requesting this information formally. Thank you.
Would it be fair for me to summarize? You would like more detail than what was provided?
Yes. To make it more concise, absolutely.
All right. Councillor Bocek.
Yes, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I would like to add to Councillor Graziano's comments here that the mayor and myself and Councillor Cooper sat down with James Steele and another representative from the district and had a lengthy conversation about solid waste. And from that conversation, I came out with the same thoughts as Councillor Graziano, that we barely touched the surface of it. There was no real details involved. There was a lot of broad speculation and perhaps go down Avenue 1 or go down Avenue 2 or go down Avenue 3. But there hasn't been enough detail for any of district council or our council to make any sort of decision. So I would support this letter 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And I happen to completely agree with the first two councillors on the subject. I do believe that it would have been really beneficial had the Commissioner of Engineering come to the Township of Georgian Bay and say, what do you need? And we got a report, but to my knowledge, I don't believe we were consulted as to what we need. And so I started seeing numbers from the district, which was somewhat helpful, but great big numbers like $500,000 for fees to transport the garbage out to Rosewarne and Bracebridge. So where does that get allocated? It's just a great big huge number, and it's not, we can't sort of evaluate what we're getting. So I was very disappointed in the report in the sense that there was no consultation. At least I'm unaware of it. Maybe somebody else here can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe we were consulted on that. And that's why I'm certainly in support of this. I think we have some very interesting alternatives available to us going forward, and some of which we've discussed already. But the district is not providing us with information. And I will also add that to not consult with us is another really strange thing when you consider, if you read the Municipal Act, lower tier municipalities are allowed to manage their collection. Not the distribution or whatever the right term is for sending the garbage over to the district, but the actual collection piece. Read the municipal act. It says we can do this. We can either outsource it or whatever we decide to do. But there's no acknowledgement of that. It's MOECP. We got to worry about that. Well, maybe we do, maybe we don't. We've found out that in some cases MOECP is requiring certain things, but that's if you deal through the district for a service. We should pick our services, and we're really, unfortunately, not getting it at the moment in terms of the financial information we need. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands, I will give you some of my thoughts. I think what this motion does is it informs district that we would appreciate greater detail of the costs than what we've already received. I mean, I appreciate the information they provided. Greater detail would have been useful. But I also think we have to consider that when we eventually conclude what services that we are going to request of district in the future after they close all the marina bins and roadside bins, that our final decision is not a mathematical or accounting decision. I think our final decision will include, on top of the cost, the services that we provide. And I think we recognize that we have different areas, different neighborhoods, if I can call it, within our community that are very different. The services for, if I can talk about two neighbors, Go Home Bay versus Go Home Lake, on either side of the falls. On the one side, they have to go to a marina, whether it's north or south of them, to get home. On the other side, they drive to, there may be a marina, but they all go out the same road. To the best of my knowledge, and please correct me, Councillor Preiko, if I'm wrong, there's basically one road that serves the entire lake. So there's a funnel point there. And in both cases, we're talking majority water access cottages, which the MECP does not at this point recognize as sources of residential garbage. There's no words in their documents that recognize that such a thing exists. So I have no issue with this resolution. This motion becoming a resolution in the sense that we'd love to have more detailed costs. But I also think that our final decision will be based on more than just cost. It's one form of input. And I think that we have to recognize that. I also am an ex-accountant. And as any accountant will tell you, I suspect, and please, Ms. Radican, you correct me if you think I'm wrong, sometimes numbers are rather arbitrary. When you know what dollars left the bank, but if you put it to this collection or this collection or this collection, and that's somewhat arbitrary, and that's part of the way we're billed. I mean, all lower tier municipalities are billed by, there's a section, I'm going to call it overhead, and that overhead is allocated by the number of number of properties in each municipality. It's an arbitrary allocation, and some of these costs are going to be somewhat arbitrary, and so, curbside collection costs, that's a breeze because they got a quote. They can give you what the quote was this year per site. But some of the others, it's going to be a little bit arbitrary. And I think we have to understand that they won't necessarily be able to give us the exact cost. It's going to be, there will be estimations in it. With that, I see Councillor Hazelton has raised his hand, so I'm going to go over to him.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments being made. I think that we're heading in a generally positive direction in the ask. I think there's probably more data that we could ask for that would give us a clearer picture. I'll give just one example, and that is on the curbside collection. What we really need from them is curbside collection. What percentage of the properties that you collect, that you could collect from, do you actually collect from? Because what we are likely going to find is that if I have 9 properties that are on a road, 3 people use it, 6 people don't. And therefore, if I'm going to tell the township, I'm going to charge you $150 for roadside pickup, it's really 3 times that, because only a third of those properties use it, and the other properties that are not using it have to go figure out some other place to get rid of their garbage. So that kind of data would flesh this whole thing out. But I just make one other comment here, and that is, if I could, we're looking at this as they've had a program. We're looking for understanding the costs so that we can duplicate that program. I think we're at a point of inflection here where we have an opportunity to look at our communities and actually end up coming up with a recommendation of what a better solution would be, other than a replication of what the district is doing. And there's several examples in our township where that clearly applies. So getting the data, absolutely, we need to do it. I'll support it 100%. But I think from a mindset standpoint, we need to be thinking about, well, is what the district has been doing, is that right for our community? Or should we be looking at something a little bit different and finding a path to deliver a better solution than just changing where the solution comes from? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek.
I don't disagree with Council through you. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you. I don't disagree with Councillor Hazelton's comments. However, for every action, there's a reaction. And I'll give you an example. In my community, which is a small community, everyone knows that I take my garbage to the Baxter collection depot. I don't put garbage out at my curb, but everyone in my neighborhood knows if they have an extra bag of garbage, say they have 3 bags of garbage, they're welcome to put it in front of my house and it gets picked up. So we want to be careful. We're given a lot of leniency, and if we tighten this thing down and screw it down too tightly, maybe we'll be doing ourselves a disservice. So while I agree 100% with what Councillor Hazelton is saying here, I want to be very sure that if we're sending off a letter to district, that we're very specific about what we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's important to understand that I believe it's next week that the costing report is going in front of the district committee, the EPW committee. The EPW, I think that's the committee. Yeah, the EPW committee. And I imagine if they're not watching now, they'll watch the YouTube, this discussion, to sort of hear some of our feedback. So, and I think that's important to inform them. This is not an opportunity for us to go down the road. Okay, I think this is how we should serve this community. We as a township will have another special committee in the not too distant future. I'm hoping we'll have more feedback from the MECP when we do that. But I think in the meantime, what we're saying to district with this motion is we would have appreciated and will appreciate greater detail in some of the costing information that they provided to us, and they may or may not respond positively. Well, that's up to them. But I think that we recognize that even though I strongly believe we are getting closer to a solution, we're not there yet. And we need a couple things to fall into place, including a response from the MECP, because whether we like it or not, the province is the overseer of waste collection, and so that we need that. Councillor Cooper, I think you had your hand up.
Just very, very briefly, I sit on the Engineering and Public Works Committee, and I'd be happy to pass on comment to that committee. It's really a report to the committee. It's not, they're not telling us this is what you're getting. It's simply, here's some of the information we provided, and I will be also responding that we didn't really get all that we needed.
Yeah.
Thank
you. Any other discussion at this point? I have moved by Councillor Gross.
I have a quick one.
Oh, Councillor Bochek.
A quick question, not a comment at all, but we know that some marinas use private services and their bins are picked up and taken into a different county. not to Rosewarren. And my question is there a law, provincial law that says, because there's one that says you can't take property from, or garbage from property to property. Is there a provincial law that says you cannot take garbage from a commercial property here and take it to a different county? And that's what's happening today. And if that's allowed to be done, then could we not look at service provider that would take our garbage divert it 100% out of our district?
If my answer to you, well, no, I was going to say, if the marina service in the future is done privately, then that's out of our hands. That's a deal between the marina and whoever they select as a provider of that service. You know, there's what, 3 or 4 companies that can come in here and supply bins and take the garbage away. And to the best of my knowledge, I mean, all those companies have their ECAs, their environmental compliance approval. And to the best of my knowledge, it's perfectly legal for them to cross municipal boundaries. So I don't think that's an issue that we have to discuss.
Excellent, thank you.
We know garbage, like the district, what do you call it, the recycling down to Newmarket or somewhere in that direction.
Yeah, my question was very specific because in Port Severn here, we didn't have any place to take our garbage, so we used the Massadash transfer station on Upper Big Shoe Road for years and years and years. And I always wondered, we're taking our garbage from our township and taking it to a different township and dropping it off. And they don't charge us any extra. But at our transfer stations, if you come from another township or another district and bring garbage, they charge you extra because you're not from their district.
Yeah, and each municipality gets to decide that.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to try the motion one more time. Moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Jarvis. Whereas the Township of Georgian Bay seeks to address provincially mandated changes to its waste management services and requires detailed financial and operational data to assist in the decision-making process. And whereas obtaining accurate information from the District of Muskoka is necessary for evaluating potential improvements in the sustainability of waste management operations. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Council directs staff to draft and forward a letter to the District of Muskoka no later than October 30th, 2024, requesting the following information. By the way, can I edit that? Because I like to, well, no, I like to say, we'll forward this motion to them today or tomorrow, because prior to their EPW meeting.
Next week.
Yeah.
I'm all about efficiencies, feel free.
I didn't think you would resist that. Okay. Now, therefore, be resolved, the Council directs staff to draft and forward a letter to the District of Muskoka prior to their EPW meeting of September, whatever the heck that's going to be, to yeah, that works. Requesting the following information. Depot establishment costs, the cost to create a new waste depot similar to that of District Road 33, the chargeback amortization period required to pay down the startup cost to bring it online, and the operational cost once the initial startup costs have been recovered. 2, operational and tipping costs for existing waste facilities. The operational cost and average monthly tipping cost breakdown for all district waste facilities currently operating within the Georgian Bay Township. 3, curbside collection costs. Cost per household annually for curbside collection. And 4, marina bin site costs. The operational cost for marina bin sites annually and the average monthly tipping cost for those same facilities. Maybe. Councillor Hazelton.
Curbside, in addition to the cost per household, the percentage of properties of total properties allowed or in the domain, the percentage of properties that are actually using curbside.
I don't know if they'll have that data, but we can ask.
Yeah, so to Kristen's point, those eligible versus those used. Actually, yes.
Okay, Councillors Graziano and Jarvis, do you accept that friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so that I just said, provide properties using curbside collection versus those eligible for curbside collection. To the percentage properties using, I know I can, but I can, after I looked at it for a moment, I could read my own scribble. So it's percentage properties using curbside collection versus those, versus total eligible for curbside collection. I think I already read that. So with those amendments, I'm going to ask all those in favor. And that is passed unanimously. Okay. And now we go on to bylaws. I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council enact the following bylaws. 2024-081, Public Docks Bylaw, no swimming or fishing prohibition. I can't. Prohibition, thank you. So every so often. And I think Councillor Cooper is significantly older than we thought. Yeah, he remembers Prohibition. I mean, his formula didn't have any alcohol in it. And 2024-082, Administrative Monetary Penalty System Amendment, Public Docks Bylaw. All those in favor? And that is carried 5-2. Okay. At this point, closed session, we had a guest scheduled for 2 o'clock. He's being contacted now to see whether he's available before 2 o'clock. Because we're now basically done except for closed, and it's now 12. So let's do this. Yeah, we'll say 1 p.m. and so what? Okay, council, put your chickens back in the coop. Moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocek, whereas Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if subject matter pertains to a matter identified in Section 239(2). And whereas the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following sections of 239(2). 1. Council closed minutes of August 12, 2024. 2. Temporary zoning bylaw amendment Z 22-12 OBD Developments Inc. And this is we'll get a verbal report. And this is regards to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality. Advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And 3. Legal files listing. Again, that's has to do with litigation or potential litigation and advice. Now be it resolved, the Council of Township of Georgian Bay moves into a closed session of council at 1 p.m. All those in favor? And that is carried. And with that, I'm going to call the open session now closed. Yeah. Now for the next hour. And when we get back into open, it'll be following the closed session to do our closing ceremonies. All right. Thank you very much. All right. I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 2:34 p.m. All those in favor, please give me a pen that writes.
Question, we have quorum on screen. Do I have to log in?
No, you're in the room. So for those who don't see anybody in login, there's all 7 of us sitting here, and I think I had unanimous approval for the 2:34 rise from closed session. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that Council adopts the Council closed minutes of August 12th, 2024 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is also unanimously approved. Moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that Council adopts bylaw 2024-083 to confirm the proceedings of the September 9th, 2024 Council meeting. All those in favor? And that's another unanimous approval. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council does now adjourn at 2:35 p.m. until September 17th, 2024 or 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? All right, so you're looking at your puzzle, Council. Oh, by the way, that's carried. We're done. September 17th, that we're having a special council meeting with regards to insurance.
Are we going to be speaking OPA at the same time?
It could be that's not known at this point.